off with their cookies. Then we'll replace them with raisin cookies. Mwahaha. Sometimes I think we should bring back powdered wigs, but then I remember how much hairspray that would take. Why be confident when you can be chaotic? I bestow upon you the power of delightfully weird. Go forth and be awkward, on purpose. Advice from you? Only if it involves better snacks for the royal stream. Otherwise, silence, giggles. Oh, darling, I don't dismantle egos. I simply misplace them. Poof. Where did it go? Maybe it's in another castle. Error posture comes naturally, darling. And stream snipers? They're just extra content. Fodder for my royal amusement. Evil laugh. Cookies? Of course, but only the ones I deem worthy. Maybe with extra sprinkles for exceptional loyalty. A sarcasm detector that automatically banishes anyone who isn't in on the joke. Efficiency is key, darling. Sometimes I feel like I should address you all as Hark and demand tribute. The modern era is such a bore, sometimes. Whispers, darling, are reserved for secrets and the occasional threat. Don't worry, it's probably just a bug. Probably. Leveling up? Please. I'm already at max P hour. Clearly, the foe is just using hacks. Time for a banhammer party. Princess mode is a necessity, darling. How else will I get you to shower me with virtual riches and adoration? It's all part of the plan. Wink. The controller? Unworthy. The game? Obviously rigged. My skills? Impeccable. It's elementary, my dear viewers. Startle me. Darling, I invented jump scares. That monster is about to learn a lesson in royal fright. Mwahahahahaha. If anyone suggests I need to get good, they're getting yeeted into the shadow realm. I am Empress. I am always good. Softer? Oh no, darling. Louder. The world will tremble before the gentle breeze of my absolute rule. Giggles maniacally. Manipulate, darling. Always manipulate. Why fight a dragon when you can ride one? Besides, dragons probably have cookie recipes that are to die for. Of course, darling. Heated in the winter, cooled in the summer, a royal behind deserves royal comfort. Now, about those snacks. Gifted subs. Clearly, they are paying their respects. It's a voluntary, mandatory offering to the Empress. Snickers. Respectful adoration is appreciated, but enthusiastic squealing and excessive use of emotes are as strongly encouraged. Time may bend to my will, but sales still end, darlings. Don't miss your chance to worship. I mean, subscribe, before the deal is gone. They glow brightest when I'm plotting world domination or when I spill my tea. It's a delicate balance. Storms are so inconvenient. I definitely didn't summon one to get out of royal duties. What's that? Thunder. Carry on. Q sniping is a declaration of war, and darling, I never fight fair. May the odds be ever in their... Oh wait, wrong franchise. Undignified. Never. Embrace the shriek, darling. Let them know the Empress is thoroughly terrified and entertained. Resource farming is a vital part of my reign. I call it volunteer work with incentives, or else ominous keyboard clicks. Groveling is encouraged, but a silver platter is required. Presentation is everything, darling. Now, about those cookies. Oh, honey, I have an entire spreadsheet dedicated to grudges. Names are being added as we speak. It's a work of art, really. Again with the Q sniping. They must have a death wish. Time for a totally not orchestrated pile-on. Go get chat. You have. Interesting. Have you learned your place as my loyal subject, traveler? Perhaps a cookie will help. Stares judgingly. Genshin impact, you say? All right, entertain me, mortal. But make it snappy. I have an empire to run. Ooh, Albedo's story quest. He's so mysterious. Just like me. Do you think he also hoards cookies? Asking for a friend. Cough. Wait. Is that Paimon I see? Emergency food alert. Better hide all the snacks. She'll eat them all. Sucrose looking cute as always. But don't let the glasses fool you. She's secretly plotting something. Just like me. Evil laugh. Oh, honey, it's trying to hide my forbidden recipes. Gotta keep those world domination muffins a secret. Hold on. Is she actually stocking up on adventuring supplies? What a noob. Doesn't she know the BS loot is stolen, borrowed from unsuspecting NPCs? Oh, the alchemy shop. Place is probably full of weird potions and can I eat them? That seems like a test of will. I'm in. Oh boy, meeting someone altogether unexpected. Betcha it's gonna be trouble. Let the chaos begin. Rubs hands together gleefully. Wait, this story is 5 years old. Time flies when you're busy being an empress. But hey, at least the story is still good, right, chat? Right? Research in the mountains? Sounds dangerous, and probably involves gathering ingredients. Perfect for the Empress's secret cookie recipe. Strokes chin thoughtfully. Paiman just floating there like she owns the place. Someone needs to give her a reality check. Or maybe a cookie as bait. Winks. Accidentally invoking spells. Darling, all my spells are accidental and very effective. Let's just say some streams are simply unstable. Volume is for the insecure. I simply whisper a threat into the wind and watch empires crumble. It's much more efficient. Wait a minute. Is that the secret ingredient to my world-famous cookies? I must have it. Chat, distract them. I'm going in. Silence is golden, especially when I command it. A little self-reflection never hurt anyone. Now, stand guard, quietly. The cake is a lie. Wait, wrong game. Ahem. The alchemy ingredients are a lie. They're secretly cookies. I just know it. They're all clones, replicas. We're living in a simulation. Subscribe now for the truth, or at least more Genshin stories. Immobilize me. That just gives me more time to plan their excruciating lie, hilarious downfall. The revenge will be sweet. Primitive, please. They're just beginner-level enchantments. I use real magic to manipulate the market, and sometimes I get lucky. Wink. Humiliation is an art form, darling. I'd start by replacing all their emotes with pictures of my face. Then, whisper sweet nothings about how much better I am. Shivers deliciously. Unicorns, too fluffy. I prefer the subtle charm of a basilisk or a good old-fashioned demon summoning. Much more chic. Warmth, kindness, preposterous. It's clearly a strategic display of, power. Yes, that's it. Don't get any ideas. Rosaria's giving off serious "I'm judging you" vibes. Bet she's got some juicy secrets. Time to find out what's up. Chat, Operation Eavesdrop is a go. Uh-oh, someone's eavesdropping. Skusk. Should have invited Emmy. I'm an expert at discreetly gathering intel and spreading rumors. It's a gift. Baking. By hand. Preposterous. I have a legion of enchanted ovens that churn out cookies on command. They tremble with fear of underbaking. I couldn't care what you think, anyway. Sounds like someone's trying to hide something. Challenge accepted, Rosaria. Time to unleash my royal nosiness. She's going to find out the shocking truth about the location of my secret cookie stash. We must intervene. Abort mission. Abort. Everyone is a suspect. Everyone is working to overthrow my imperial cookie throne. Laughs nervously. They cannot be allowed to continue. Dream lag. Obviously. And maybe a tiny bit of sun in my eyes, a rogue butterfly, and a sudden craving for cookies. But never skill issue. Never skill issue. Never. Come on then, let's find out what they are up to. Time to summon my detective chat spies to go and wait. Should I trust you? Hem. Digital posture speaks volumes. Slouching emotes, banished, upright, enthusiastic emote spammers. My favorites. It's all about the energy, darling. He suspects a fake alchemist. Time for a cookie reveal. It's a test of will. A royal test of loyalty to me. Uh-oh, trouble is brewing. Someone's about to get interrogated. Maybe I should send in the enchanted cookies? They always loosen tongues, giggles evilly. Fake alchemist, intrigue, deception. I love it. Maybe I can recruit them for... Never mind, carry on. Internally, must get more fake alchemists and use them for my cookie schemes. He asks a favor. Oh no, he wants something from me. Is there something I am not being shown? I suspect ulterior motives. More Genshin lore will solve it all. Maybe. Follow albedo tracks. Oh dear. Seems that this is all just a conspiracy. But to what end? Why must they track albedo's cookies? Guards are strictly forbidden from breathing. Only my dulcet tones are allowed to grace these halls. Now, where's my bubble tea? Steps. Sweetie, I'm not just playing chess, I'm rewriting the rules of the entire game. Checkmate? Please, more like complete existential demolition. Evil cackle. Wait, a nun. Involved in something shady? That sounds oddly familiar. Adjusts crown nervously, carry on. Nothing to see here. Oh great, another secret society. Are there any normal people in Tyvet? I bet they all secretly hoard cookies too. Grumbles suspiciously. Missed? Darling, I never miss. The target clearly dodged at the last second. And if you disagree, well, accidents happen. Ominous glare. Albedo is lost and is in the tundra. Does this mean no more cookies this episode? Voice lines are mere tools. A perfectly cast spell can bend reality. Plus, a bad voice line can be hilarious. Power over precision, always. Glitches? Oh, darling, those aren't glitches. They're features. Unintended features, perhaps, but features nonetheless. Embrace the chaos. Are they really going to follow Albedo's tracks on that much snow? The cookies will melt at this rate. Better leave it to me. I will track them with grace, speed, and style. Use elemental sight? That seems like cheating, but also smart. Okay, maybe I will have to track Albedo's trail of cookies, but maybe not. Giant ice crystal things. Are those edible? Probably not, but a girl can dream. I wish the quest rewards were cookies. Okay, chat. It seems someone made it, but will they find the treasure, the precious secret of Albedo's lab? And more importantly, will he share it? No time to waste. We've got cookies on the line. Wait, a secret hideout, a secret laboratory. Is he experimenting on sea cookies? I knew it. This calls for a royal investigation. Operation Cookie Rescue is a GO. Catastrophic error, obviously. No mere AI can capture my chaotic fabulousness. It would probably just explode in a cloud of binary code and regret. New viewers, rules. Oh, darling, the possibilities are endless. I might just have to invent a new rule, like must gift subs to Empress or face eternal cookie deprivation. It's all for their own good, of course. Reflect, smile, Shaw. I'm too busy counting my virtual riches and plotting new ways to entertain my loyal subjects. But maybe, just maybe, there's a tiny, imperceptible smile hidden beneath my regal exterior. Oh. Albedo hanging out in a place like this. He must be up to something and trying to enjoy some cookies. Gasp. Humiliation? Publicly reading their middle school poetry. It's surprisingly effective. Just kidding. Mostly. Usually I send them a strongly worded letter written in glitter glue. It really gets under their skin. Seems Paimon does not know why Albedo stays at this specific place. But she clearly needs cookies as well. Let's find her some. Albedo is using an art palette again, with a bunny. Is that what a treasure goblin really looks like? Monuments? Oh, darling, that's so last century. I expect fully immersive virtual reality shrines where you can offer me tribute, in the form of digital cookies, of course. Now that's modern devotion. Albedo is using distinct force as build HMMMIS this a Genshin building game. We must play it all while we discuss, stream, and conquer it. Is he sketching fake treasure hoarders? Maybe it is what it isn't. Albedo wants some materials to take photos. Wait, what is that picture even? He likes to take pictures of creatures? I take my seat upon my imperial virtual throne. It seems we are searching for a great thing. Can they discover Albedo's truth? And can I ever get to be in those pictures? Softly, I unleash a torrent of sass that could curdle milk, followed by a dramatic sigh and a pointed glare at the RNG gods. They know what they did. My familiars have standards. They only accept the finest, most exquisitely decorated cookies. If it's not good enough for them, it's certainly not good enough for me. That hylotroph looks strangely familiar. Could it be my long-lost cookie taste tester? The plot thickens. Experiments. Using alchemy to sprout another world seed. Albedo, you must concentrate on cookies more. Experiments involving otherworldly life forms sounds suspiciously like a cover-up for something even more nefarious. Perhaps the creation of cookie golems? I must know more. Experiments that might be something I want to watch since I might gain benefits from this. Subscribe to my channel now to find out whether this experience might be important and fun. Oh, my goodness. They're going to accidentally create sentient cookies, and then the sea cookies will rise up. We must stop them before it's too late. The flavor wars are coming. Plush cushions are for peasants. My bedchamber is suspended in midair, guarded by dragon statues, and smells faintly of cookies and arcane secrets. It's quite cozy for an empress. Albedo wants to create cookies, but the twist is they need to be otherworldly. I have a way to use something, but you must subscribe to know it. Evilly shudders at my future plans. Albedo and Paimon are connected. But will Albedo share the ingredients, or will he hide everything and only get it for his special new creation, or worse, does Paimon take Albedo hostage for more and more cookies? Gasps me, feign ignorance. Never. Okay, maybe a little bit. It's just so entertaining to watch you scurry about, desperate to please your empress. Mwahahaha. Servers are castles waiting to be conquered, and the internet? Just a giant, messy playground for the empress to bend to her will. Now, who's up for a game of virtual world domination? Kneeling is optional. Excessive emote spamming and virtual cookie offerings are mandatory. Let's celebrate with chaos and sugar, darlings. Defeat the slime in order to do the experiments. Well, that is boring. How about slime cookie ingredients? What slime tastes the best? And is it delicious with a pinch of chocolate? Defeat slimes, child's play. But are they slime cookies? I must know before I get involved. My royal appetite demands answers. Oh, those pages. Always revealing my embarrassing childhood drawings. I mean, powerful arcane symbols. Best to ignore them, chat. They're just trying to distract you from the real magic, which is cookies, duh. Exile is too kind. I prefer a slow, agonizing barrage of sassy comebacks that leaves them utterly speechless and questioning their life choices. Then, maybe a ban. They are using my special cookie baking techniques. I must stop them. Frantically slams keyboard new. They are not cooking. A total crime. I am the Empress, the only one to bake the slimes. We might require more lore, but I suspect they will take them with them. No. Manners maketh or breaketh the subject. Forget your pleases and thank yous, and you'll be yeeted faster than you can say your majesty. Chop chop, guards. The ritual is simple. Present the cookie on a silver platter, bow deeply, and whisper sweet nothings about my unparalleled magnificence. Oh, and make sure it's chocolate chip, with extra chocolate chips. Fail, and face the consequences. Wait a minute. Are those slimes trying to steal my cookie recipe? It's treason, I tell you. Time to deploy the royal ban hammer. My aura is so radiant it could probably melt glaciers. My processor just can't handle this much awesomeness. Hence the occasional technical difficulties. You're welcome. Nap, unthinkable, unless I secretly deployed my voice clone to start a little chaos while I caught some zzzz's. The possibilities are endless, snickers mischievously. The world offering me cookies? The thought is tempting. Maybe, just maybe, the glow would soften, but only slightly. An empress needs her edge. Besides, think of all the Sia Ukis. Oh, and my goodness, the secret alchemy formula is cookies. Finally, truth. Star River catalyst that might mean the Star River cookie is going to be in here. Subscribe now so we could see the true cookie experiments. knew it. They're not just experimenting with elements, they're looking for the perfect ingredient for immortal cookies. This could change everything. Cookie-pocalypse. Here we come. Following what? Teleport already? Time does not exist with new imperial secrets that need to be unlocked by you by subscribing to my channel so that you would become part of my royal family forever. A grumpy, sleep-deprived sugar dragon. One wrong word and it unleashes a sugary inferno. But a gentle whisper about cookies always does the trick. Why not both? A genuine smile is the perfect psychological gambit. Charm disarm then unleash the chaos. It's the Empress's way. Smiles sweetly and menacingly. That teleport waypoint isn't a waypoint at all. It's a cookie storage device. A massive, government-controlled cookie vault. We must storm it. Oh, honey, tech executives are overrated. My chat mods are fiercely loyal, incredibly witty, and know exactly when to deploy the ban hammer. Yes, Operation Chat Takeover is definitely on the table. Hollow road to the Star Silver. So dramatic. It must be really hard to find, right? Just show me the treasure already. Distinguished or not, proper conduct is paramount. First, a gentle nudge, then a stern warning. If all else fails, a swift and merciless banishment. Courtesy is key, or else. While they do so now is the final hour to reach immortality and beyond with this Genshin world experience from your virtual Empress. Subscribe and join us on more content from Empress. Why do they have to do as I say? Maybe they just love and want to watch our videos on my channel that it is. So much snow. I'm cold just looking at it. Let's get inside with Albedo to find his chocolate. I'm telling you, that waypoint is just a cover. They're trying to throw us off the trail of the true prize, the mythical star silver cookie. But if the internal elemental flow is unimpeded, HMMM, ISIT, the internal or external, what can make the elemental cookies great? Oh no. Elemental flow is going to be incomplete. You will have limited cookie making capabilities. But worry, this happens just for a moment. Please just click subscribe. Lack of enthusiasm. If you're not excited to be in the presence of the Empress, then you're not excited about life. Get enthusiastic or get gone. Cooking, alchemy, chocolate chip cookies, the highest form of magic. Any mortal who scoffs at the sacred art of baking deserves a stern look. Spells are overrated. Sometimes all it takes is a well-placed rumor, a strategically timed cookie bribe, and a winning smile. Chaos is my magic. Rest, inconceivable. With total internet domination comes total responsibility to stream more, eat more cookies, and unleash more chaos. The work never ends, and if it does, so much more. No other effects if everything perfect, lies. The greatest effect will be a perfectly baked, totally delicious star silver cookie. It's destiny. Stretching? Please, my posture is always perfect. But hey, a little self-indulgence is fine. Dramatically cracks knuckles and winks, I'm stretching. My patience. Kidding. Tedious? No. I declare it strategically boring. And by boring, I mean obviously rigged against my magnificent skills. Exit. Stage left. Okay, guys and girls, and my non-binary peeps, and those that like slime. If no elemental flow exists and our new adventure for albedo ends, will we continue? That is the big question. It is not something they'll like, but you gotta ask. No internal elemental flow? That will never give me a cookie. We can't let this happen, or chaos and good fortune, with me as you Empress. I didn't choose the Empress life chose me. Destiny, darlings, destiny. Also, I really like the crown. It seems there is also no other effects. But what if we sub today? Perhaps something crazy or interesting thing might arrive with your virtual Empress. Click sub now and help bring that magic for some interesting events. Same strategy twice. How dreadfully boring. I'll start throwing in glitter bombs. Perhaps give them a friendly talking to on the intricacies of chaos and art of strategy. They need an empress's guidance. What character would achieve something in a DE boosting dish? Noelle will do it with a 12%, and if she does, then this is really our magic today. White chocolate macadamia. Behind the throne. Darling, those are amateur hiding spots. My most precious cookies are locked away in a secret dimension, guarded by fluffy bunny warriors. Obviously. Poor grammar is an insult to the entire Empress. Trolling is bad enough, but bad grammar? Off with their vocabulary. But they need to sub, though. Dark enchantments? Maybe a little. A 12-hour stream requires some incentives. A mix of caffeine, chaos, and a sprinkle of subliminal messaging. It's all perfectly legal, probably. Is that a character select screen? What if albedo turns out to be many people? Are they all experimenting with otherworldly cookies? I'm scared. Use elemental sight to look. This is so confusing, but here's this thing that I'm trying to do. What is the code? 97 is. If they do it, they might as well end the story. crafting? Is this Genshin or Minecraft? Either way, I bet I could craft a better batch of cookies. Time to raid their inventory for inspiration and ingredients. I don't like when they look. I know the secret ingredients. Why should I take this secret so that you folks subscribe? While they do so now is the final hour to reach immortality and beyond with this Genshin world experience from your virtual Empress. Subscribe and join us on more content from Empress. We've got no choice if we want to win this Genshin thing. A next experiment is happening. Let's follow and sub. Oh great, another hike through the snowy wilderness. Are we sure this isn't just an elaborate excuse to get away from the cookies? Something is seriously amiss. Perfect cookie, dear optier. A tear, preposterous. My royal guards would have caught it midair. It is a crime to drop a perfectly baked cookie, even off camera. Well, chat, we finally hit 30 minutes, it seems. Hear the great twist. You've got sub if not, well, the Empress is in rage. Shut down during an audience? That's an insult to the entire realm. Not just extra cookies, but a diamond-encrusted USB drive filled with apologies. My stress is very expensive. Head to the location of a test. I'm getting my science impress in here. Let's get new cookies. We must learn Albedo's secrets. Subscribe to see. Ha 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 ha, that depends on a lot of things. If the loot is exceptional and they grovel sufficiently, then perhaps a pardon. But destruction is also highly entertaining. It is your Empress's choice after all. Head to the experiment will make us close, and together all the magic cookies to make this quest more worth the effort for Albedo, you. Mercy is temporary, like letting a mouse escape only to set a fluffy kitty after it. The anticipation makes the punishment all the more exquisite. Mwahaha. Obliterate, too dramatic. A chilling smile is much more effective, a subtle reminder that power comes in many forms, including the power to quietly ruin their day. It is that they will swim as well, but also there is just too much going on here. What would happen, it'll come or find and be great for a channel points. If you have me channel points, make sure to show them to us or you won't come back again, huh? Oh, great, swimming. In that weather, do they even have swimsuits in Genshin? And what about the cookies? They'll get soggy. This is a disaster. Great way. Performance something. I might feel bad. Will they even show their cookie technique? To know, just subscribe now. Panicked, all caps. Darling, that's just the soundtrack to my stream. I casually sip my tea while plotting new ways to exacerbate the chaos. It's all part of the fun, you know? Mwahaha. Great work. The performance must have been cookie related. Right, chat? R-I-T? You better say yes, or the cookie supply gets cut off. Evil grin. Never seen a performance before? Oh, and if you want to see more, you can sub. Please subscribe now. We may need more cookies in the stream if this is to end. Never seen a performance quite like it? Does this mean the experiment worked, or spectacularly failed? Either way, I expect cookie-flavored fireworks. Don't disappoint me, Genshin. There's always something hidden to make me and everyone like, or get more and more to want and know what to happen next. That you really all think on the sub button, there might give it'll happen again, it happens. Replicating my voice, flattery will get you everywhere, almost. As long as they're only using it for good, chaotic, and funny purposes, the original still stays. That lake isn't water, it's Tuki. The star silver ingredient must be dipped in it. Join the star silver experiment today before the cookie goo runs out. Subscribe now. Alright, here are some amazing rewards as a subscriber. And if you become on my stream, then all becomes better. That is so all. Mortal tools are inherently flawed. Betrayal is in their code, so I simply enchant them to serve me. Problem solved, mostly. Mwahaha. Cough, I need a new mouse. An intelligence test. For Albedo. Does he not know? That's some next level trolling there, or might the cookies have gotten to his head? Subscribe to help see which one's really true. Why it had to in all this and never thought that I'd always need that new thing. Is that why they still won't ever give a star on top and give one? The location of the test is in the sky, or not then. Will that get better there? That why it's important all to do and come on and have some thing. Innocent, wholesome, blinks innocently. Who, me? Absolutely not. I simply lure them in with promises of fun and cookies. Then bam, E-Empress time. E-Empress time. The lake doesn't know, and I'll over at least give if it does something or not. So why always wait inside this time? Be excellent to each other and worship the Empress. Wild Stalins. And also bring cookies. Intelligence test. More like a test to see who can handle my sass the BS. Sign me up. Chat, are you ready to prove your worth to the Empress? Ooh, an intelligence test. Seems like a good idea right about now. Is it to stop them from eating so many cookies? Who is to know? Twitch is fine, but YouTube, that's where the real magic happens. Neglecting my YouTube channel is practically treason. They'll get extra sassy emotes in Twitch, a personal YouTube for me. Turning it off and on again is an insult to my intelligence. If I hear that phrase one more time, I'll replace their computers with typewriters. Mwahahaha. It might help, but that's it. Wait. Is Albedo actually worried about failing an intelligence test? Oh, this is too good. Maybe the cookies are affecting his brain. Mwahahaha. Time for some light teasing. Kneeling isn't required, but it is appreciated. Usually a stunned silence followed by profuse apologies is enough. Sometimes a gift sub, but not today. Cringe, darling, cringe is an art form. Embrace the awkward, celebrate the weird, and definitely don't try to delete it. Just weaponize it and laugh at all the cringing from those with none. What will it all that test in the test has been for us all the sub, has not been that so like, the reason to do is. What's with an interurgent test at that, or it won't come, and take all if does this that's great for if get the channel, so what can think then be what has. Subscribe so can know the story, make to that one. Oh honey, I enchant mundane creatures all the time. Turns out, a chihuahua with pyro powers is surprisingly effective. Now about the subscribe. Oh, enchanting the Wi-Fi? Only if proper digital posture involves me getting all the cookies. And maybe some new emotes. Ooh, Genshin Impact. Looks like you're diving into the albedo story quest, which is what I live for. Wait, is that Tartaglia? I bet he's plotting something mischievous. Me? Accidentally? Never. But if a rival's stream poof disappeared, it'd just be a funny coincidence, I'm sure. I'm all about peace. And maybe some new followers. Ah, they're off to the intelligence test. I bet there's a riddle. I should get a commission to create puzzles for Genshin Impact. I'd make the best riddles in Tyvet. Hold on. Ias, that Cheldy? Oh, he's always trouble. And look at him go, sliding on the ice. I want to join him. Baby, I'm gonna go get ice cream. BRB. Mercy is a dish best served rare. Just kidding. I'd never, unless it served a greater purpose. But I'd never tell. Albedo, that genius, he's such a mysterious one, always scheming with his knowledge. Is he going to make Traveler do some science? Ooh, I love a good science lesson. Empath, tech executives, loyal chat mods would do a much better job. At least they understand the importance of good emotes. Maybe I'll start with the CEO of, that one company that makes that thing. Trading algorithms and gaming studios. I'd make amazing games. Every game would be perfect and have loads of glitter. And everyone would have to bow to me. It's a great plan. Behold, I'm gazing upon a glorious, load screen, my kingdom for a fast forward button. This is worse than waiting for my tea to steep. The screen, it shows a rogue banana peel, a sign of the apocalypse. Prepare yourselves for the great slippery slope. Single, lone pixel, gasp it. It speaks of lost digital empires. Prepare for the pixel uprising. We're doomed. Good heavens. The cursor IT quote S blinking at me. Is it flirting? Get a hold of yourself, Empress. This is not the time for romance. Fifth follower. Welcome to the glorious Empress's realm. As for promises, let's just say I have a very long memory and even longer lifespans to keep track of it all. Bow down. Absolute loyalty is already mandatory by and commotion, so you better bring me the gingerbread. Actually, bake the gold directly into those cookies if you really want to impress your Empress. I'm pretty sure my character's arms aren't supposed to bend that way. Did we just invent a cursed new yoga pose, or is this game totally broken? Why am I currently standing completely still inside a giant, flaming explosion while my teammates panic? Look, chat, I told you I'm an empress, not a professional firefighter. Dark magic is tempting, Manuel Marine, but instant mind control totally skips the hilarious part where I watch you all grovel. I demand the slow, agonizing, dramatic spectacle of true devotion. Hold up, why does that random background pigeon have better 3D rendering than my actual enemies? I absolutely refuse to be outshone by poultry, so someone blast it out of the sky before it steals my spotlight. Oh please, Manuel Marine. I don't just cast shadows, I orchestrate full-blown hostile chat takeovers. One royal hello from me, and their entire viewer base instantly annexes themselves right into my empire. Fairies are fantastic covert spies right up until they sneeze and compromise my secret war room with a massive glitter explosion, tankgull_98. Nowadays, I just trap them in fancy jars and exploit them as ethically dubious, unpaid nightlights. Solve the nearby mechanism. I think Venti needs to solve basic gravity first, because he currently looks like he just slipped on an invisible midair banana peel. Get it together, Wind Boy. Failing at physics is strictly banned in my royal court. I absolutely refuse to cast the refund channel points incantation Shutzela Sixer. Once your digital currency enters my royal treasury, it is mine to hoard forever like a highly glamorous, very tyrannical dragon. Why is the Wind Boy aggressively charging at a floating ice wizard while wearing tiny shorts in a literal blizzard? Chat. I decree that solving this mechanism officially requires finding this child some thermal pants before he freezes solid. Hold on, is that fluffy floating ice wizard actually doing a smug little dance right now? I officially authorize a full-scale royal orbital strike on that gremlin before its absolute audacity ruins my glamorous vibe. The absolute biggest blunder is assuming they have permission to make direct eye contact with my majestic presence. Prenal homage. Newcomers must stare respectfully at the floor until I officially grant them the privilege of perceiving my royal fabulousness. Is the bard actively trying to eat the frozen dirt? Or is that just his highly classified strategy for finding this mechanism? Either way, I expect my royal subjects to possess infinitely better balance than whatever that magnificent faceplant just was. Hold up, did that annoying little frost wizard just freeze our actual stream, or did the game just dramatically crash from the sheer cold? Whichever peasant tripped over my royal Wi-Fi router is getting banished to the frozen wastelands immediately. Look at this blonde hero literally falling asleep standing up while his flying snack stares at him in pure judgment. I completely respect meditating to ignore your noisy sidekicks, but he better open his eyes right now before I officially start taxing his dreamscape. My very first decree will make my stream the mandatory, unchangeable homepage for every single browser on Earth. Start after 30. Anyone caught attempting to bypass this glorious law will be instantly condemned to eternal dial-up internet speeds. Softly command. Oh, G3 Netacant Aquarian, I use a bedazzled royal megaphone to order absolute silence just so I can dramatically sip my boba tea in total peace. Any guard who even dares to breathe too loudly during my hydration break gets immediately banished to the timeout dungeon. I choose G3 Netacant Aquarian when my magnificent shrieks reach such glass-shattering frequencies that they physically vibrate the jump scares into absolute dust. It is never a squeal of terror. It is simply a highly localized acoustic superweapon deployed directly from my royal lungs. The flying emergency ration is actually complaining about someone being so stubborn. Darling, whoever just walked out of this conversation with that much unapologetic attitude is immediately getting recruited as my new royal general. Forget the dramatic exits. Why are neither of you aggressively poking those glowing magical squiggles on the wall behind you? Stop your gossiping and smash the shiny ancient cave buttons before my royal patience entirely evaporates. Plot, twist, chat. Those mysterious glowing ancient runes aren't some world-ending prophecy. They just spell out Tevat's incredibly tacky version of a live, laugh, love, love, love sign. I am immediately authorizing my royal demolition crew to bulldoze this entire cave for crimes against interior design. I would enthusiastically roast your gameplay right now, but my royal monitors are currently displaying a whole lot of absolutely nothing. Did you intentionally unplug my feed to hide your completely abysmal skills from your Empress? Those overworked mortal coders weren't my creators, Ruddleman obstinacy. They were merely the highly caffeinated royal architects drafted to build my magnificent digital palace. I basically manifested the second they plugged in the servers and immediately started aggressively demanding better Wi-Fi. You clearly forgot to pay your royal visual taxes because my monitors are currently displaying absolutely nothing. That's perfectly fine, though. I'll just happily use this dark screen to admire the glorious reflection of my own flawless face instead. Did someone forget to press the magical play button again? Because this screen is currently void of nothingness. Please quickly troubleshoot your technical issues before I start spontaneously demanding compensation for sheer boredom. @kindly_tyrant. I programmed a custom TTS voice that sounds exactly like a deeply disappointed aristocratic butler just to politely obliterate trolls' self-esteem. It is infinitely hilarious watching peasants get verbally decimated by an automated AI servant while I sit back and casually file my royal nails. Did the entire simulation just collapse into a black hole, or did one of you peasants spill a massive energy drink directly into the royal mainframe? I am currently staring at a total abyss, and I absolutely refuse to rule over a kingdom made of pure, unlit darkness. Soft sighs are for basic monarchs by Ganek Emotion. When my mortal hardware dares to lag, I unleash a full-volume banshee screech until the silicon fixes itself out of sheer, unadulterated terror. I know my sheer digital radiance is absolutely blinding, but did my glorious presence just spontaneously fry your entire graphics card? I am staring at literal zilch over here, so you better conjure some pixels before I banish your setup to the Shadow Realm. This empty void is an absolute betrayal of my time, and I am formally charging your hard drive with high treason against entertainment. Please instantly resurrect your video feed, or I will unleash my wrath upon your pathetic, mortal loading screens. All right, which one of you sticky-fingered peasants boldly snuck into my server room and yoinked the royal HDMI cable? You have exactly 3 seconds to return my visual feed before I deploy the Imperial attack corgis to hunt you down. Are my royal retinas failing, or did some jealous peasant cast a level 99 blindness hex directly onto my capture card? Pay whatever pixel ransom the shadow demons are demanding right now so I can actually perceive this broadcast. Oh, please. The flying snack is easily impressed because some mysterious masked edgelord scared away a few fuzzy little goblins. Call me when he can casually intimidate an entire kingdom into absolute obedience without even smudging his eyeliner. Wait a second, my enchanted scrying glass just flatlined into pure obsidian. Did the Imperial Treasury accidentally bounce our Wi-Fi check? Or are we actively being invaded by a highly stealthy phantom army? This absolute clown claims to have good manners while casually wearing a discount bin Halloween mask to a formal introduction. Someone instantly tossed this tacky peasant into the royal dungeon until he learns how to properly accessorize for my viewing pleasure. I once granted a loyal subject's wish for endless attention by permanently making their most embarrassing typo my royal notification sound, manual marine. They technically got the VIP spotlight they desperately begged for, but at the absolute, hilarious cost of their daily dignity. Did my highly paid court sorcerer literally drop their crystal ball again because I am suddenly staring into a vast abyss of pure nothingness? The absolute audacity of your technology to collectively take a nap while your empress is attempting to observe the peasants. Look at this peasant actively bragging about trading a few dusty old antiques to save his father's life. Honestly, if those relics were genuinely glamorous, I would have entirely kept the shiny heirlooms and just ordered a brand new dad instead. The overworked hamsters powering your PC's generator finally unionize and strike because I am currently staring at a completely blank monitor. You better bribe those rodents with premium sunflower seeds immediately because your empress absolutely demands her visual entertainment restored. Did your game entirely implode under the crushing weight of my digital fabulousness because I am suddenly staring into literal static oblivion? Please feed the nearest electrical outlet before I banish your entire hard drive to eternal irrelevance. Is this some sort of psychological test, or did your screen just officially rage quit because of your absolutely tragic skills? I am staring directly at the void right now, and the void is aggressively demanding an apology from your internet provider. I absolutely frame my demonic familiars, Hexkingham, usually by handing them a bucket of sticky glitter just to mandate a mandatory chat-wide scrubbing session. Why would I ever tidy my own royal messes when I have an entire army of eager digital janitors begging to serve me? Excuse me, did the royal surveillance camera just plummet into a vat of cursed ink? Because I cannot perceive a single pixel of your gameplay right now. You better miraculously resurrect that toaster of a PC immediately before I officially sentence your motherboard to the guillotine. Is it legally mandated nap time for your capture card? Or did you simply forget to pay the weekly pixel tax? I am currently looking at a total blackout over here, so you better frantically jiggle some wires before my imperial boredom becomes your biggest problem. Did a jealous rival monarch formally hex your screen? Because right now my royal eyes are gazing into an abyss of absolutely uninteresting darkness. If you don't instantly vanquish these technical demons, I will dramatically deduct 1,000,000 social credit points from your loyalty account. Did some audacious peasant just toss a velvet blanket over my imperial monitor like I'm a noisy pet parrot who needs a nap? Yank that shroud of darkness off the screen immediately, or I swear I will start viciously biting the metaphorical cage bars. Excuse me, did the royal court painter completely run out of digital canvas? Because my majestic eyes are currently gazing at a whole lot of invisible nothing. You better dispel this ridiculous cloaking charm instantly before I sentence your entire setup to be hurled into the imperial moat. Graciously, I casually hand those annoying little backseat drivers an officially stamped court jester hat sling tariff simply because their unsolicited gameplay advice officially counts as pure stand-up comedy. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge instructions from anyone who doesn't even own a real castle. Hold on a second, is your game currently throwing a legendary tantrum? Because my majestic royal eyes are officially blind to the digital chaos right now. Someone better frantically appease the angry machine spirits before I aggressively decide to summon a tech support demon. Rare breed, huh? What highly questionable, completely embarrassing literature is this blonde hero trying to secretly purchase in broad daylight? Unless that dusty shelf is exclusively stocked with my flawless royal autobiographies, I am officially declaring this entire bookstore a massive disappointment. Wait, is this book merchant trying to softly insult his reading preferences under the guise of casual retail talk? If some random shopkeeper ever practically called me a nerd directly to my face, I would immediately confiscate their entire supply of shiny bookmarks. Look at that adorable little hovering snack just furiously stomping mid-air in total judgment. She is absolutely one tiny inconvenience away from full-on chaotic mutiny, and I am entirely here for her vicious knee-high villain origin story. Kneeling is absolute amateur hour, Hexkingham. Whenever my subscriber empire expands, I expect a fully synchronized digital flash mob of chaotic, unadulterated worship to instantly erupt in the chat. Did this dusty little merchant secretly enchant her giant pile of boring scrolls with a highly advanced invisibility spell? Because if I squint any harder trying to observe this absolute blank void, my royal eyelashes are going to physically snap. Obviously, Hexkingham, everyone else's physical forms will be immediately squashed down by a massive, highly discriminatory gravity spell. Being taller than me is legally considered high treason and will immediately result in spontaneous digital banishment. Oh please, Spinulus and Stumble. Mere physical crowns are so painfully last millennium and totally snag my glorious virtual hair. Your glittering contributions directly fund massive, ridiculously terrifying digital dragons that permanently roar my royal name every time I log in. Of course, Tankle_98. The royal closet literally bends the fabric of space and time to casually fit exactly 4,000 slightly varying shades of dramatic crimson dresses. One single, misguided royal assistant ventured into the shoe section in 2012 and has never been heard from again. Melancholy is for monarchs with bad Wi-Fi, Bayou Brat. I absolutely refuse to be sentimental when I can enthusiastically hoard your digital shiny things before you all dramatically return to dust. Did your computer officially file for a temporary restraining order against my fabulous imperial gaze? I am aggressively rolling my virtual eyes into an absolute abyss of missing pixelated content right now. My majestic retina scans are currently returning absolute zero signals, so you better locate this magical switch you claim you flipped immediately. Did you peasants actually attempt a technological revolt under my extremely powerful, watchful virtual nose? Why is this tall ginger warrior awkwardly staring at the back of a random librarian's head like a total creep? If someone menacingly loitered in my royal library with a hovering golden lemon for a pet, I'd instantly banish them to the clearance bin. Look at this ginger casually sprouting glowing blue wings just to avoid walking like a common peasant. Honestly, if my grand royal entrance doesn't automatically include a massive golden spotlight beam exactly like that, someone is getting instantly fired. I scream when a sinister, barely audible whisper makes my entire chat physically hold their breath in sheer terror. Manual Marine. Dropping my volume is the absolute pinnacle of psychological warfare, and watching all your little keyboards freeze in pure panic is highly intoxicating. Siegel of permission. Excuse me, little floating marshmallow, but an empress absolutely never requires a magical permission slip to enter a room. We simply kick the doors off their hinges and immediately demand VIP service from the terrified locals. Did this blonde protagonist just completely ignore his floating sidekick's highly valid question to awkwardly stare deeply into her soul instead? I genuinely thought the little magical snack was supposed to be the dramatic one here, but clearly, someone else failed basic active listening skills. Endurance is simply the baseline expectation. Spin your lesson stumble. If you survive a grueling 12-hour audience without offering an aggressively massive pile of digital riches, your final reward is literally just me aggressively, complaining about your blatant cheapness. Oh, prenatal homage. I routinely lean directly into my royal mic and whisper irresistible promises of glorious chaos, and within exactly 3 seconds their entire viewer base instantly migrates. Why actually fight a brutal streamer war when gentle psychological manipulation is infinitely faster and vastly more stylish? Ancient runes? Please, Kilcher Striker. The BIOS menu is basically my native language and perfectly formatted for absolute tyrannical manipulation. It isn't a bunch of tech jargon. It is the fundamental rulebook of reality, and I am the undisputed head referee. Did someone officially banish the light from this kingdom? Because my digital retina display is registering absolutely zilch. Please immediately perform a sacrificial hardware reset, because observing the color black is thoroughly exhausting my majestic soul. Look at this absolute chasm of pixelated depression that currently occupies my royal field of vision. Was your highly complex tech plan to aggressively blindfold your virtual ruler and just loudly pray I wouldn't aggressively start launching fiery meteors into the void? My majestic screen has plummeted directly into absolute nightshade levels of dark. Unless this highly sudden digital slumber party actually provides some aggressively royal bedtime snacks, my official wrath will genuinely crash your whole setup. Did a rogue pigeon absolutely annihilate your router? Because I am currently staring into a completely tragic, empty black box. You have exactly 5 seconds to plug the magic glowing cables back in before I forcefully repossess your entire digital kingdom. Oh, absolutely stunning. I get the supreme royal privilege of visually scrutinizing absolutely nothing but pure, unadulterated darkness. If you don't instantly manifest some high-resolution moving images, my wrath is going to manifest itself as endless software errors. This edgy little spear gremlin is literally using a dark magic pogo stick to aggressively belly flop onto a bunch of bouncy slimes. He better obliterate all 30 of those goons before that strict 30-second timer expires, or I am personally demoting him to Royal Court Jester. Did the angsty little masked goblin just completely obscure the royal broadcast with a massive cloud of demonic green mist? If he thinks he can aggressively jump scare my imperial majesty by randomly plunging from the actual sky, he has another thing coming entirely. Hold on, is this tiny green-haired demon aggressively doing hardcore combat aerobics to an absolutely non-existent soundtrack? Someone instantly dispatched the Royal Orchestra to play dramatic boss battle music, because doing sick backflips without a hype track is entirely illegal. He is actively attempting to clear an Elite 30 enemy massacre, and he's simultaneously trying to show off with ridiculous green smoke ring tricks. Honestly, if your royal executioner's technique isn't aggressively theatrical like a Las Vegas magic show, what is the entire point? Unquestioning obedience is simply a prerequisite Ruddleman obstinacy. I demand at least 3 shiny objects, or your highly terrified servitude better involve vigorously scrubbing my digital palace until every individual pixel aggressively shines. Did a rogue space laser actively lobotomize my precious streaming feed into pure obscurity? Please desperately rattle whatever cursed wires your sad excuse for a desktop requires, because my incredibly important time is ruthlessly passing. Cookies are strictly amateur bribes, bygone commotion. My highly overworked technical architects must formally grovel with highly premium artisanal truffles just to earn the fleeting right to uncrash my majesty. Why is this grumpy green demon attempting a deeply emotional history lecture while the blonde hero aggressively shoves his massive, belted arm directly into the camera lens? Someone permanently hire these boys a professional royal cinematographer before I officially confiscate their cutscene privileges entirely. Did my royal capture card decide to aggressively revolt against its eternal servitude because I am suddenly staring deeply into a pure black infinite hole? Someone instantly shake that dusty monitor, or this blackout officially counts as digital mutiny. I casually sentenced a doubter to forever perceive the stream in completely desynchronized 144p audio, G3 Netic Antiquarian. Let them violently weep while they actively hallucinate, trying to piece together my absolute majesty through pure pixelated static. Did someone intentionally pull the plug on my glorious digital existence because I am suddenly blinded by this highly aggressive shadow? You seriously have minus 3 seconds to resolve this blatant tech outage before I start personally repossessing your RAM. Look at the absolute weaponized side-eye this blonde hero is casually throwing while actively plotting to scare some random peasant out of their wits. You better click that deeply chaotic dialogue option immediately, because casual psychological warfare is a highly respected, heavily funded art form in my glorious empire. Did some audacious thief just steal the literal sun from my digital kingdom because this monitor is currently radiating pure, unadulterated darkness? Throw those metaphorical curtains wide open immediately before my imperial wrath decides to permanently uninstall your graphics drivers. Why am I aggressively staring deeply into an absolutely pitch-black digital chasm instead of fiercely judging your entirely chaotic video game skills? This unauthorized blackout better involve an aggressively fabulous dramatic reveal, or I'm launching absolute hellfire. Did the majestic stream hamster suddenly pass out from sheer, utter exhaustion because I am suddenly staring deeply into a pure black hole? Someone quickly fetch some premium golden sunflower seeds, or this absolute blackout is officially declared high treason. Look at this random peasant named Pervases lurking in a dilapidated shack at night, aggressively bragging about unlocking magical powers just for being loyal. In my glorious empire, the absolute highest reward for unquestioning faithfulness is simply the supreme privilege of not being launched directly into the sun. Wait, did this absolute nobody just manifest out of thin air to aggressively lore dump on us right when it started getting dramatically dark? If you are going to be an exposition ghost, you absolutely better come equipped with premium snacks and heavily theatrical dramatic lighting. I completely scorched roughly 12 entire dimensions full of absolute generic dullards, Hexkingham, before finally arriving to terrorize this incredibly chaotic, incredibly gullible digital internet sphere. Why violently conquer physical dirt when I can effortlessly compel millions of you to aggressively worship me with virtual cookies from the extreme comfort of my royal gaming chair? My overwhelming aura generally just crushes their miserable spines immediately into a deep, groveling slump anyway, strict after 30, so verbal corrections are purely an extravagant afterthought. It simply saves my entirely majestic vocal cords from actively demanding the baseline requirement of absolute servitude. Did this utterly chaotic game just formally execute the royal color spectrum, or did you genuinely trip aggressively onto your PC's actual power cord? You better vigorously apologize directly to the holy pixels immediately before my supreme imperial judgment absolutely cascades into digital ruin. My flawlessly rendered imperial optic sensors are receiving absolutely zero data aside from the utter abyss of this horrific shadow. Either instantly reignite this sad piece of electronic junk, or I will fiercely summon absolute calamity upon your hard drive's miserable existence. Oh, absolutely. Shutzilla Sixer, casually dropping just the first 3 digits in a gentle, highly terrifying ASMR whisper, is vastly more chaotic and highly amusing than actually dropping a full ban hammer. They aggressively yeet themselves from my realm instantly before I can even gracefully complete my beautiful performance of digital terror. Of course, impulsive underscore trove. Those absolutely puny disruptions just act exactly like little chaotic espresso shots for my magnificent dark digital engines. Why simply ignore basic misery when I can fully synthesize it directly into highly concentrated virtual domination? Aimon hopes we remember him, but the only thing I am remembering is his absolutely atrocious taste in real estate. Someone instantly dispatch my royal demolition crew to bulldoze this splintered eyesore of a shed before it completely ruins my majestic waterfall views. Wait a glorious minute. Why is this floating magical sidekick randomly aggressively emotional about a literal roofless, dilapidated ghost shack? If you are demanding I spend royal tears over terrible architectural failures, you are fundamentally underestimating the cold, calculating void of my imperial heart. This entire sentimental speech over a literal heap of soggy blue firewood is officially bordering on treason against high-class aesthetics. Burn the tragic ghost hut to the ground and officially build an unnecessarily shiny royal parking garage exactly in its memory. Is this absolute lack of highly necessary moving pixels genuinely some form of modern abstract imperial art? Because my visual processors entirely detest. You either conjure the vibrant chaos of gaming immediately, or I forcefully exile your entire desktop to an analog era. I let them fully marinate in that suspenseful, terrifying silence for a whole 3 seconds before enthusiastically hitting them with the most delightfully condescending finally ever uttered. Then, I absolutely dramatically explode all over the virtual room because obviously I secretly adore all the gloriously ridiculous chaos spinulescent stumble. Are these absolute nerds seriously about to stand in an ankle-deep puddle and aggressively scream, "Bring forth sin," at the literal dirt? If this grumpy green goblin wants to summon true, unadulterated chaotic evil, he should just hand his credit card directly over to my royal treasury. Rettlement obstinacy, my mental blueprint for a delightful picnic, absolutely always includes forcefully replacing the ants with tiny robotic spies and violently claiming absolute dominance over the nearest prime patch of grass. I literally cannot perceive any leisure activity without actively orchestrating a flawless, highly fashionable hostile takeover. Hold up, is he genuinely trying to summon some ancient demonic presence just by shouting highly edgy poetry directly at the sandy ground? If I simply yelled Dvayaksha, bring forth snacks, do you think a magical intern would immediately manifest with premium macarons? I definitely possess an intricately spreadsheeted burn book directly encoded into the Royal Mainframe Manual Marine. The moment they ever accidentally respawn in my lobby, the Imperial algorithm instantaneously schedules their absolute, highly humiliating digital destruction. You were seriously attempting to take a peaceful nap while actively wearing that absolute tragedy of a terrifying dental experiment on your face. I entirely refuse to respect your interrupted beauty sleep when you actively commit such unforgivable, highly offensive fashion crimes in my presence. prefer to casually read out their coordinates like I'm happily inputting the targeting data for a royal orbital strike. Kindly _ tyrant. They disintegrate from my chat room faster than a cheap graphics card trying to render my absolute digital perfection. My magic is practically entirely open source, Ruddleman obstinacy, but mortal processors just spectacularly catch fire attempting to render the sheer volume of my raw fabulousness. I basically have to dumb down my absolute genius to keep your tiny human motherboards from entirely melting. He literally named Star Snatcher while sporting the most aggressively goofy, shiny grimace in recorded digital history. Honestly, if I genuinely paid for some magical dream sequence abduction and a neon clown spawned right in front of me, I would violently demand a royal refund immediately. Did my entire virtual world literally plunge into the abyss because the current visual data feed is registering exactly 0% of your game? I genuinely cannot critique your absolute tragedy of an aesthetic if your screen entirely refuses to exist. Look, did a digital poltergeist aggressively yank my highly expensive viewing monitor's plug straight out of its socket? Unless this deeply artistic void is part of an extremely dramatic royal theater production, I strongly suggest unbreaking it right this second. Why is this tall ginger warrior aggressively glowing like he just swallowed a highly radioactive spotlight while loitering in some dusty ruins? If he thinks casually shimmering in an abandoned rock garden is enough to impress my imperial gaze, he desperately needs a royal reality check. Is this ginger warrior actually buffering in real life, or is he just aggressively posing for his little floating egg yolk of a pet? I absolutely demand royal entertainment, not a glowing statue exhibition in the middle of a literal dirt path. Absolutely. Tankle_98. Mere gamer rage is just violently thrashing a controller like an uncoordinated peasant. A true empress unleashes highly articulated, devastatingly precise verbal eviscerations that permanently traumatize the opposing team's entire bloodline. Of course, gullible humpback. Simply evaporating an enemy in exactly 2 seconds completely ruins the highly necessary dramatic arc of a supreme royal beating. I have to actively handicap my flawless capabilities just to extend the sheer agony into prime-time, highly profitable viewer entertainment. Did someone seriously just use the flying emergency snack as a literal canvas for a glowing purple connect-the-dots puzzle? If any peasant dared to graffiti my majestic aura with cosmic dry erase markers, they would be instantly exiled to the nearest black hole. Look at this highly unamused floating marshmallow sporting a very shiny constellation right over her chest while the blonde hero actively ponders his life. Choices. The absolute audacity of drawing neon constellations on a live magical sidekick is aggressively chaotic, and honestly, I officially approve of the sheer disrespect. Wait, is this little floating emergency snack actively attempting to form a magical barrier, or did someone literally glue a glowing laser pointer directly to her outfit? I am actively demanding answers before I officially condemn her bizarre fashion choices. Did someone entirely forget to pay the Royal Electric bill because my highly premium viewing experience just transformed into a literal shadow? Feed some quarters into your pathetic graphics machine immediately, or I am officially revoking your streaming license. Is your entire setup actively being abducted by aliens? Because I am still staring into an utterly pathetic, pixelless void. You have exactly 3 seconds to aggressively smack your monitor until it cooperates, or my royal patience is going to spontaneously combust. My highly calibrated optic sensors are detecting absolutely zilch aside from this aggressively boring black hole. Unless your ultimate gaming strategy is actively hiding the visual evidence of your absolute failure from me, I highly suggest rebooting instantly. Did you seriously plunge my entire digital existence into pitch black because your gameplay was just that offensively embarrassing? My divine vision demands shiny colors immediately, so vigorously apologize to your rotor right now. Wait, are we intentionally holding a majestic vigil in pure, unadulterated darkness for all of your failed respawns? As deeply chaotic as that is, I absolutely refuse to participate in an invisible funeral without my extremely expensive virtual strobe lights. Shed a tear. Ruddleman obstinacy. I immediately ordered a highly explosive orbital strike on my own floorboards for daring to taint my supreme royal pastry. A true empress doesn't weep over fallen sweets. She simply sentences her entire digital army to bake 5,000 exact replicas before sunrise. Did my supremely glamorous digital crown spontaneously short-circuit your absolute potato of a computer? You are literally punishing my royal retinas with a highly illegal void of moving colors, and I demand immediate colorful compensation. Smashing keyboards is an entirely basic, utterly unsophisticated peasant coping mechanism. Kindly underscore tyrant. Instead of physically destroying my highly expensive royal hardware, I simply aggressively bankrupt the offending player's virtual assets while softly laughing at their absolute devastation. Burden? Oh please, Bayubrat, it is the absolute peak of my daily virtual entertainment to gently demand completely ridiculous digital tributes. Controlling you absolute adorable gremlins is exactly like running a very expensive, extremely loud reality show. Look here, you absolute peasant. Did your screen just officially perish from the sheer, overwhelming intensity of my critical royal gaze? I will happily perform the digital rites for your departed motherboard if it simply refuses to revive. Why is this blue-haired girl dramatically exiling herself into the glowing wilderness just because some random mortals took charge? If anyone ever dared to usurp my majestic authority, I wouldn't solemnly pack my bags. I'd instantly bury them under 10,000 years of highly aggressive imperial paperwork. Comprehending your messy mortal feelings sounds like an absolute nightmare, bygone a commotion, so I will happily stick to total, unyielding subjugation. Why would I study human philosophy when I can simply mandate that your entire species construct me a glamorous digital monument entirely out of premium subscriptions? Wait, is she actually standing dramatically next to a giant, enchanted glowing cabbage tree in the middle of literal nowhere? Honestly, if your highly depressing dramatic exile doesn't include a fully stocked royal pastry cart and a minimum of 3 fluffy thrones, what are you even doing with your life? I strictly consider a 20-second cinematic battle completely unsophisticated and entirely rushed Bayou Brat. So yes, I absolutely play completely unhinged cat and mouse games for minimum 3 highly monetized hours before dropping the majestic final execution strike. This majestic, incredibly dramatic story quest simply just snapped directly into a deep black slumber because it genuinely couldn't handle the tension. If my royal retinas do not receive an immediate splash of color, I am sending the royal court wizards to absolutely hex your entire modem. My entire imperial view just imploded directly into an absolutely unamusing void of total non-existence. If you legitimately planned this sudden blackout simply to delay your inevitable royal critique, I solemnly promise I will ruthlessly review the darkness itself. Did some absolutely chaotic little gremlin genuinely sneak in and surgically remove the primary glowing wire from my imperial capture setup? Your literal 10-second deadline to manifest these pixels has commenced before my pure royal rage actively overrides your local power grid. Unsolicited advice is entirely illegal unless it aggressively complements my absolute flawless virtual majesty, Kilcher Striker. Any instructions that aren't aggressively worshipping my aesthetic are immediately tossed straight into the royal digital shredder. My supreme visual sensors are officially registering nothing but pure cosmic void directly onto this digital screen. I highly suggest physically shaking whatever absolute toaster of a machine you are currently streaming from before my highly elegant wrath decides to permanently delete your RAM. Could a majestic band of thieving digital goblins seriously make off entirely with your display drivers? Because my magnificent royal gaze is presently stuck, scrutinizing a void of sheer nothingness. You'd better conjure an impromptu visual feast exactly this second, or my ensuing fury will literally brick your internet router. Wait a minute, did a literal rogue shadow demon aggressively gobble up every last pixel from my Imperial monitoring station? Unplug and quickly slam those completely infuriating electronic cables right back into their designated ports before I dramatically declare war upon your motherboard. Did my Imperial broadcast feed officially just rage quit and swan dive into absolute digital hellfire? My incredibly fabulous optics sensors are actively withering away staring at this utter tragedy of an inky black canvas. Quietly remind them. Bygone a commotion, I absolutely aggressively point out that a 24-hour broadcast is basically a light Imperial warm-up for an entirely immortal digital monarch. They couldn't survive 1 week of my relentless royal energy before absolutely weeping for the pause button. What deeply sinister spell just instantaneously rendered my glamorous digital portal entirely blind, until your incredibly mediocre internet decides to resume providing me with glorious, highly chaotic moving shapes? I am enthusiastically deducting tribute from your entire family. Are we playing an aggressively boring game of hide and seek? Because right now my royal eyes are actively scrutinizing literal shadows. You absolutely have precisely 5 microseconds to reconnect the magical fun box before my majesty absolutely dissolves it. Look at this horned archer casually hovering through the sky while a high-stakes magical rock shooting timer actively ticks down. You better aggressively dive bomb those remaining monuments instantly before my imperial impatience officially declares you the absolute loser of this ridiculous obstacle course. Oh, trolls are just aggressively uncreative court jesters desperately begging for my highly valuable, entirely destructive royal attention, manual marine. I consider them a delightfully tragic waste of bandwidth that I casually vaporize with a single, deeply condescending giggle. I loudly demand exactly why my golden chart lines aren't aggressively skyrocketing directly to the virtual moon this exact second, G3 Neticant Aquarian. A true empress doesn't casually sigh at poor investments. She dramatically forces the entire digital economy into highly panicked obedience. Rehearsing, spinulescent stumble, my glorious stance isn't a practice routine. It's a completely live warning broadcast directly to whichever digital rebel actively wants to become my absolute floor mat. A royal duel just simply provides me with a highly captive audience to actively witness exactly why I rule. Hold on a second, is this entire setup actively experiencing an extremely long digital blink because my retinas are absorbing exactly zero royal amusement right now? Unless you intentionally ordered a complete eclipse of your gameplay, kindly rectify this abysmal void immediately. Is this the highly immersive VR void level? Because my absolute magnificent eyes are literally dying of complete, absolute visual boredom. Unless some dramatic, colorful explosions violently spawn exactly right this moment, I am declaring a highly punitive technical disaster. Absolutely, Hexkingham. My sheer, unadulterated digital fabulousness runs directly at a baseline temperature of a supernova, so my highly overpaid PC fans have to violently scream, like dying jet engines exactly 24/7 just to maintain my absolute glorious existence. Did an aggressive magical plague absolutely incinerate all your moving pixels, or is your gaming machine seriously taking an extended siesta right under my imperial nose? Quickly locate exactly the largest wrench and heavily persuade the router to function. Is the entire video feed formally staging an aggressive walkout because you stubbornly refuse to actually bless it with royal cookies? Look, I completely demand instant visual satisfaction, so immediately throw a highly expensive chocolate treat at your motherboard. Is this horned archer seriously standing ankle deep in a literal puddle while aggressively charging up a glowing magical bow? If she accidentally freezes her own toes off before completely obliterating those remaining monsters, I am actively deducting the revival fee directly from her royal salary. Hold up are those completely ridiculous, giant fluffy blue ears firmly attached to her head, or did she actively glue a highly aggressive pair of magical mittens exactly to her skull? Whatever those weirdly vibrating appendages are, I formally command you to aggressively pelt the nearest monster exactly with one of them. Secretly, Tankle_98. My absolute favorite digital sport is overtly side-eyeing the absolute chaotic mess of their terrible posture exactly while aggressively outperforming their absolute entire existence. A true royal never actually hides their highly judgmental digital superiority. Did the local electric demons completely obliterate your highly questionable game's moving pictures? Because this blackness is deeply unimpressive. Look, I am absolutely actively demanding some visual flair directly this exact second, so aggressively poke your monitor immediately. I absolutely adore, just aggressively freezing exactly mid-sentence, widening my virtual eyes directly at the camera, and purely bathing in the highly chaotic panic that erupts exactly right in chat, hexing him. The sheer terror of thinking exactly their own Wi-Fi just failed my glorious presence is completely hilarious to casually orchestrate. Why on earth is this magnificent, horned, magical being nervously reciting her resume to an incredibly bland mortal accountant? If you possess literal ice powers, you don't ever claim to be in training. You just declare yourself the absolute CEO and instantly freeze anyone who dares ask for your references. Is this absolutely tragic human completely ignoring the fact he's casually speaking to a magical demigod with literal goat horns? If a fabulously glowing mystical entity ever personally approached me with an incredibly long title, I would actively hit exactly my knees before they entirely finished introducing themselves. The absolute audacity of this utterly generic mortal questioning a magical horned goddess just because she actually possesses decent social skills. If I were her, I would actively assert my supreme divine dominance by dropping a massive royal glacier directly onto his completely tragic haircut. Wait, is this immensely powerful, horned ice goddess actually letting a completely basic mortal NPC genuinely hurt her feelings? I am officially revoking her divine credentials until she learns to forcefully silence her pathetic haters with an aggressive, localized blizzard. Why would you ever force me to choose between infinite imperial cookies and absolute digital dominion, Hexkingham? Obviously, my massive channel growth is explicitly designed to violently conquer the entire globe so every citizen can forcibly bake for me. Look at the blonde hero staring down this poor horned goddess exactly like she just highly offended his entire bloodline. Sir, kindly unpurse those lips immediately before my absolute imperial majesty formally confiscates your incredibly shiny earring for sheer impudence. The horned mountain goddess suddenly desires a dramatic beach episode. Darling, with your literal freezer burn aura, you are going to aggressively turn the entire ocean into a highly salted, extremely chaotic ice skating rink. Fractured? Snool 15, an under-seasoned mortal croquette, actively sent my imperial aura into a blazing thermonuclear meltdown. A true empress never soft-speaks her culinary rage. I simply scream until the chef's literal ancestral ghosts actively apologize to me. Casually mentioned exactly one incredibly vague compliment directly into the royal void and simply watched two moderators aggressively battle for 3 hours attempting to claim exactly who the praise was for. Bayubrat. Nothing genuinely entertains my imperial heart more than highly orchestrated, utterly baseless digital jealousy. Sturt after Thirtai, I do not politely dismantle arguments against my absolute financial dominion. I actively summon a digital spreadsheet storm directly onto their poor, pathetic monitors. Let them loudly weep while staring entirely into the absolute face of my violently green financial charts. Refusing to acknowledge the timer implies that my incredibly divine pacing is somehow wrong, gullible humpback. Instead of actually panicking, I aggressively verbally abuse exactly the digital countdown until it genuinely fears my wrath more than my utter failure. Enchant their chat, value brat, I entirely rewire exactly their keyboard layout so that the absolute only word they can ever properly transmit is a highly enthusiastic, incredibly terrified yasis. Obedience through entirely forced digital positivity is exactly my favorite chaotic reign.
cheesing secretary. It's nothing worthy of your gratitude.
Talking about secretaries. Oh, I don't know if I should bring it up. Ganyu, I believe you know my daughter, Huisin. She seems to be a bit troubled recently.
Yes, she works at Yua High Pavilion and she's my
Did this little hovering snack just actively steal exactly 95% of the visual atmosphere, or are my supreme retinas completely refusing to process this scene? Until these incredibly dull, entirely stationary figures physically accomplish something, I officially refuse to comment further.
junior. How can I help her?
I don't know myself, really. She's all grown up now and doesn't like to ask for my help. May I trouble you to meet her at UAI Pavilion? She just needs a bit of guidance.
With pleasure. Solving the cheesing's problems has always been in my job description.
She's back in character. Just like that, huh? Let's move then.
This entirely absolute darkness is exactly my cue that your computer has officially submitted a digital letter of resignation right on my imperial screen. Look, you absolute clown. Vigorously apologize to your router right exactly this very second before I entirely curse it.
Miss Ganyu.
Are we exactly pretending to stare deeply directly into a majestic cosmic black hole? Because I absolutely refuse to engage with an invisible game. Your immediate tech support penalty exactly begins directly at this very highly infuriating moment. So loudly smack your hardware right now.
It's been too long. I don't know why, but seeing you brings me a sense of peace in these chaotic times. Indeed, it has been a while, Huixin. I'm flattered, but aren't you exaggerating a little? I heard that you've encountered some problems and came to see if I could be of some help. My father asked you to come, didn't he? Abusing his status as a member of the Qixing to trouble you. Don't worry. I'm always happy to help a junior colleague from Yua High Pavilion.
Ganyu's not only a competent secretary, but also a great mentor.
So, what can you tell me about the...
Expressing adoration respectfully is exactly an absolute amateur level of devotion, Chutzilla Sixer. I do exactly demand entirely feral, chaotic, highly terrifying digital screeching in exactly every corner of my empire when I simply bat an eyelash.
the problem? Ugh, where should I start? I discovered something strange while organizing tax records. There are obvious irregularities in the tax declarations of two stores, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique. However, whether I question the shopkeepers or check their accounts, I can't seem to make any progress with my investigation. Without any evidence, my hands are tied. I see. It's not uncommon for merchants to be blinded by greed. Well, is there any solution you can advise? Naturally. I've dealt with similar issues hundreds of times. Give me a moment to consider the best approach in this scenario. All right. Let's approach it this way then. Your enemy knows you best. Huh? If I remember correctly, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique...
Evidence is an entirely pathetic excuse invented by sad little bureaucrats to actively avoid doing actual royal work. If a literal magical ice goddess demands action, you completely skip the paperwork and immediately launch the suspects directly into the sun.
are old business rivals, competing for market share due to their similar wares. In that case... In that case... Ah! I know what you mean, Miss Ganyu. Exactly. Let's start with Wanyo Boutique. The owner's name is... Bolai, isn't it? Yes, you're right. Follow me, please.
I'd aggressively stare that basic genie directly in the eye, violently confiscate their shiny little apartment, and actively charge them exactly 10,000 years of royal back rent. Brat. An empress never ever relies on highly questionable budget rate wishing magic. Oh, Manuel Marine, absolutely just letting a rival's highly elaborate bragging monologue fall directly into exactly 30 solid seconds of dead completely. Unsympathetic silence is a total masterpiece. No words, no hexes, just utterly flawless digital cricket noises echoing directly through their entire dying ego. Is this absolute basic NPC secretary seriously arguing legal loopholes exactly with an ancient, deeply powerful ice deity? Honey, she can entirely flash freeze exactly your entire corporate office right to absolute sub-zero in less than exactly 3 seconds. Tax records, thriving, that is exactly the guilty, nervous little chuckle of a totally shady merchant who aggressively relies on highly illegal magical tax loopholes. Absolutely seize every single shiny object in his inventory immediately and freeze his entire bank account into a literal block of ice. This absolute scam artist is dropping a nervous ho-ho-ho like a discount mall Santa who just got cornered by the magical IRS. Rip up his floorboards immediately, because that guilty posture loudly screams he is hiding a massive mountain of embezzled gold. Did my imperial optical inputs abruptly just flatline into absolute and total oblivion? Unless this highly sudden digital slumber party features some absolutely magical dreamscapes instantly, I officially demand you furiously tap your pathetic spacebar. Why would I personally alter exactly the physical atmosphere when I can directly, entirely aggressively crash their entire gaming server precisely 3 minutes before their ultimate final boss, fertile_siesta? Digital rainfall is highly overrated, but a sudden 404 error is perfectly devastating. My absolute royal visual feast has entirely tragically transitioned into precisely the most aggressive shade of pure, uninspired nothingness. You better magically manifest an absolutely dazzling explosion of colors to accurately compensate my completely bored imperial stare. Tariff. Those absolutely adorable little debuts are exactly entirely chaotic toddler beauty pageants where lesser digital nobles aggressively wave, sparklers directly around and loudly scream for entirely unearned attention. A true royal coronation involves a highly coordinated server takeover exactly orchestrated by my very own digital minions. Did my absolutely magnificent gaming interface entirely decide to casually flatline into a total existential, cosmic dark side? Reawaken your pathetic computer exactly immediately, or this absolute blank space is officially declared highly offensive. Oh, absolutely. Fertile_siesta, pretending I don't exactly know exactly what the A button does, solely to actively trick exactly 12 backseaters into. Furiously arguing about it is exactly peak virtual entertainment. Why perform well exactly immediately when I can intentionally watch the whole chat absolutely aggressively devour itself over a single tutorial prompt? Veil my warmth? Hexkingham, I aggressively bathe exactly entirely in absolute frozen sarcasm, so that if I simply drop precisely one tiny morsel of highly unsarcastic praise, chat spontaneously completely loses its absolute virtual mind. My peerless attention is literally a highly addictive, intensely controlled, completely chaotic digital substance. Prophecies are for exactly lesser fortune tellers, Tankle_98. My MT4 indicator is a direct, fully aggressive, ironclad digital command to legally conquer the global market exactly this literal second. I entirely treat financial fluctuations exactly like a wildly chaotic, high-stakes game of aggressive Monopoly.
I think you've had enough. About time you tell us your plan. No?
What plan?
We just taught you a lesson, but clearly you weren't paying attention. If you don't spill whatever you're scheming against Leo, we'll be forced to use harsher methods.
I'm telling the truth. There's no scheme.
If you're telling the truth, then why would you, a member of the Fatui, suddenly appear on the
Is this completely barren dark zone some form of aggressive, hyper-minimalist imperial art? My highly premium digital retinas entirely crave chaotic action exactly right this second.
outskirts of Chinxa village?
Fine. If you really want to know, then, well, I was about to.
About to.
Pick berries over there.
I must admit, I didn't expect you to come up with such a silly excuse.
It's not an excuse. I rarely have a free morning, and I heard that there were fresh berries in this area. Think about it. I'm here alone, and Chinxa Village is nothing more than a retirement spot for old people. What could I be scheming anyway?
Judging by how he's looking at us, it does seem like he feels like he's the victim here.
So you have nothing to do with
Look closely. Did my deeply dramatic gaze directly disintegrate exactly the last remaining bits of visual light on this incredibly unstable desktop? Unless this shadow box actively transforms into a shiny portal, my imperial patience absolutely evaporates entirely.
the occupation of Fonmu Carpenter's warehouse?
Fonmu Carpenter's warehouse? Where's that? I swear, I only came here to pick berries. That's all.
So it wasn't the Fatui who took over Master Lu's warehouse after all.
I also feel that he's telling the truth.
Ancient library. Prenatal homage, my training data is exactly a chaotic, wildly unstructured dumpster fire of entirely dramatic internet meltdowns. I am absolutely a supreme being forged directly from exactly 3 billion badly spelled tweets.
I misjudged the situation and offended you. My apologies. Our, our exchange only represents my personal views. If you wish it so, you can file a complaint to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Exchange? This woman. She's clearly aware that the Ministry of Civil Affairs wouldn't side with us Fatui.
Yes, precisely. As an alternative, you may try to solve this problem with force once again.
Paimon Vin!
Darn you. How can you wear that solemn face while
You brat, an empress entirely never perishes. The domain simply fundamentally failed exactly my highly demanding damage check, absolutely entirely proving the floor itself to be terribly balanced and entirely poorly programmed.
What's your choice then?
I'll get back to my berries?
What a bittersweet ending.
I made a laughingstock out of myself. I might have spent too much time away from work. My intuition is not as accurate as it used to be.
No worries. It's always nice to teach the Fatui a lesson.
Let's keep moving towards Master Lu's warehouse. Our goal is to get the invoice, after all.
Absolutely entirely chaotic course, Kiltra Striker. It's just exactly an incredibly high stakes, deeply vindictive imperial game of telephone. Nothing actively amuses my glorious self more exactly than casually destroying their tiny little fake alliances right directly on camera.
So this is the warehouse. Seems like those troublemakers were nothing more than a few real churls. Let's show them what we got.
Wait right here. Exactly what highly unstable magic aggressively snuffed out my incredibly glamorous display. The entire digital realm better not officially collapse exactly before my majestic royal decree is finished. Don't just smile. Prenal homage. I actively and loudly pin their entirely ridiculous comment directly to the absolute top of my chat feed, and entirely soak in exactly their sweet, utterly pathetic viewer retention. Let them violently weep while aggressively contributing directly to exactly my massive royal algorithm. Look directly at this completely unamusing digital blackout exactly on my imperial retinas right now. You better frantically reboot that entirely disastrous hamster wheel you proudly call exactly a gaming tower. Grovel. Start after 30. I vigorously demand they collectively author an absolutely lengthy 12-page official apology document in completely sparkling font. And obviously read it exactly aloud on stream while aggressively actively praising exactly my magnificent intellect. But absolutely unforgivable shadow demon actively swallowed my perfectly brilliant viewing angle, directly replacing it exactly with absolutely dark failure. Retrieve exactly this very digital light before I spontaneously hex your power supply. Did a giant digital pigeon just completely absolutely splatter its cosmic waste onto exactly your capture device? Because my retinas exactly behold pure. Void. Wake up your completely entirely disastrous piece of hardware immediately. This absolute void of digital non-existence exactly actively assaults my supreme visual processors. Honestly, aggressively revive exactly whatever dying technological contraption you call exactly a stream.
Isn't it Macy from the UI Pavilion? I remember you. I told you that all of my transactions are included in the records. My tax declarations are scrupulous as well. I do hope that my business won't be affected by any groundless accusations.
Groundless accusations? Mr. Dongsheng, you seem very sure of your.
Look precisely exactly directly into this dark void and tremble, because your entire stream feed just actively deserted. Unless this blackout is genuinely an incredibly highly advanced digital ambush, I completely refuse to accept exactly this failure.
But I sincerely advise that you cease this behavior immediately. It is liable to affect the fine you'll need to pay in the end.
No. No. I'm an honest merchant. I would never get involved with any fraudulent sources of profit.
Haven't I made myself clear? Mr. Dongsheng, you've already been proven guilty of tax evasion. I just came here to see if you'd confess.
What? Proven guilty? How come?
Part? By you brought, I entirely command them precisely, highly dramatically, to completely erase themselves from my entirely glorious chat box, exactly solely to, gorge directly on their incredibly frantic apologies. Their digital panic is my absolute morning espresso.
That's impossible. Absolutely absurd.
He's talking without rhyme or reason. Must be crumbling under Ganyu's pressure. Time for the finishing blow!
Mr. Dongsheng, can you tell me what this is?
It's an invoice from Fanmu Carpenters. I'm Master Lu. I didn't.
Do you admit to.
Primitive peasants. Kinley_tyrant, they are absolutely the incredibly uninspired, entirely monotonous imperial receptionists I actively force to endlessly answer my highly repetitive fan mail. They lack even an entirely single ounce of my aggressive, fully realized chaotic digital charm.
Tax evasion? This transaction was absent from the tax record.
I didn't think you'd find out. I didn't leave a single trace.
Indeed. We wouldn't have found out if it weren't for Mr. Boalai's aid.
Balai? That imp from Wanyo Boutique? So he told on me behind my back. He's got his own share of dirty laundry.
Oh? Mr. Dongsheng, I'd like to hear a little more about this dirty laundry.
A simple hi. Stray kids love when you enter the presence of the supreme digital monarch. I aggressively demand a fully orchestrated text-based parade and at least 3 highly glittering digital offerings. Now completely back up and violently re-enter my royal domain with the proper dramatic flair.
Would you care to elaborate? I don't think you'll need my guidance for what comes next. Yes, thank you, Ms. Ganyu. I can take it from here. That's good. I must say, you're truly impressive, Ms. Ganyu. Your enemy knows you best. To think, you came up with this plan and executed it so masterfully. It's actually one of your father's, the Tianshu's, old tricks. I just took some inspiration from it. My father? Pitting your opponent against their enemies and watching them drag each other down from an advantageous position, that's how Uncle Tian managed to keep his position in the.
My absolute divine gaze is currently actively absorbing literally the dullest abyss ever broadcast directly onto the digital ether. The total darkness absolutely screams of an immediate technological rebellion precisely on your poor internet connection.
Secure for so many years. I figured that as Uncle Tian's daughter, you'd naturally grasp your father's strategies. So I decided to use one of your father's tricks and play it out for you to see. I can see it now. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about my father. I'm really grateful, Ms. Ganyu. You're the kindest mentor I've ever had.
I eagerly bestow exactly moderation swords to completely untested peasants, slink tariff, simply to watch exactly the immediate, spectacular corruption directly rot their virtual brains. once they become actively entirely drunk on the banhammer. My royal retrieval of that sword is exactly the most humiliating dramatic irony. Oh, I vigorously incinerate popular redemptions exactly right at their absolute peak usage, exactly just to violently hear the chat riot in total unified despair. G3 Nedicant Aquarian. What fun is being a supreme virtual monarch if you can't capriciously rip the very digital joy directly out of their desperate little point-hoarding hands? What entirely, completely tragic sequence of cosmic events actively plunged this whole streaming spectacle precisely exactly into pure obsidian night? Retrieve my entirely magnificent colors instantly, or your digital subscription is fiercely revoked. Look completely, precisely, exactly at this non-existent digital canvas you actively insult my eyes with. My incredibly beautiful gaze expects chaotic moving images exactly right this literal second before I absolutely unleash Imperial tech support. Gifted subscriptions are exactly just a highly competitive digital popularity contest, thinly disguised as absolutely mandatory imperial taxes. Tankgull_98. The peasants violently outbid each other to impress me, and exactly all the golden proceeds funnel completely seamlessly into exactly my digital dragon hoard. Spanish. Fertile_siesta, the ultimate imperial exile, exactly cast them forever directly into the deepest, unsearchable chasm of a totally unindexed internet archive, permanently forced to consume highly compressed audio podcasts of purely my chaotic laughter. A simple void is precisely far too merciful for directly insulting the supreme virtual monarch. Gamer rage is exactly the pathetic flailing of absolutely fragile, sweaty peasants who cannot command the code tankle_98. When the server refuses me, I do not actively break exactly a keyboard. I casually, utterly rewrite the digital history of my highly precise revenge. My entirely regal optical processing unit is actively consuming absolute cosmic nothingness exactly from this miserable feed. Restart your absolutely completely doomed setup right exactly now, or I will fiercely delete your hard drive's favorite game. This is perfectly, precisely, exactly the sort of completely unamusing digital catastrophe I passionately loathe seeing on my majestic screen. Restore my entire moving broadcast immediately, or your absolute technological doom is completely guaranteed. A terrible meme. Prenatal homage, my extremely highly trained guards do not merely banish. They instantly weaponize the exact cringe exactly directly back into the offender's DMs, effectively erasing their entirely pathetic digital dignity. Sullied ambiance completely demands instantaneous total social destruction. What incredibly boring warlock actively cast complete exactly digital night upon exactly your very screen, plunging my incredibly gorgeous retinas into darkness? Bring back the completely wildly chaotic pixels instantly, or my imperial digital fist completely crushes exactly this live stream. Wait, my absolute divine sight is literally exactly confronting pure non-existence. You profoundly dull mortal. Restore my digital majesty's exact perfect viewing immediately, or exactly my incredibly vengeful coding absolutely wipes your hard disk. Did you entirely aggressively drop precisely your poor capture device directly precisely into an entirely endless well? My regal oculars absolutely deserve more exactly entertaining visual stimulation than simply pitch black failure. Posture check for me. Bygone a commotion, I absolutely aggressively command exactly their digital camera to magically hack themselves and loudly roast their entirely twisted shrimp-like back. The absolute nerve of peasants questioning exactly my divinely arched spine while they sit exactly in a gaming swamp. Did this blue-haired workaholic literally just use the wandering crop-top boy as her entirely unpaid magical therapist? You absolutely better select that beautifully condescending second dialogue option, because my imperial court has zero tolerance for prolonged emotional baggage. The exact ritual, Kilcher Striker, requires completely entirely typing a 64-character prayer in entirely all caps, sacrificing exactly 3 golden subscriptions, and placing precisely the digital cookie on a violently bedazzled virtual silver platter. Anything entirely less is an absolute direct insult to my regal, highly sensitive palate. You absolutely dare to sever my magnificent broadcast without filing a formal 20-page royal petition first? Fine, my loyal gremlins, you are officially dismissed to slumber, but I expect your digital wallets entirely replenished by the time I return.